2026, and welcome to those joining online. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. I'm mindful that Council agreed to be leaders by example when it comes to embodying respectful language and conduct in our meetings. I intend to ensure that this meeting is seen to reflect those respectful behaviours. For avoidance of doubt, I will determine the order of speakers. I will also ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the item. Please let me know if you haven't yet spoken and wish to do so. Members joining remotely should ensure their cameras are turned on during the proceedings. If there is an issue, you should let me or committee team know. So before we start, can everyone check now that their mobile phones are switched off or are on silent during the meeting? And can also ask that members and officers using laptops set their devices to mute. But agenda item 1 is the Sethering, and Mr. Moody will take the roll call.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Councillor Aitken.
Here.
Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Bailey Buchanan.
Here.
Councillor Bundy.
Here.
Councillor Colley.
Here.
Councillor Deacon.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Hannah. Councillor Kerr. Sorry, it's Councillor Kelly, I should have said. Bailey Kerr.
Here.
Councillor McCabe.
Here.
We have apologies from Councillor Mackie Brown. Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And short.
Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Patrick. Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Apologies from Councillor Robertson, Councillor Sinclair.
Here.
And Councillor Spears.
Present.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at this meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? No. Agenda item 3, revenue budget and financial strategy 2026-27. This is a joint report by the Chief Executive and Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services, and it's pages 3 to 103 in your agenda papers. We have a motion and 3 amendments, and they've been submitted. Therefore, there will be a debate, and Mr. Laurie and Mrs. Templeman will give an overview to start with, and then we'll have questions to officers, which should be on the substance of the report. So we'll first of all go to Mr. Laurie. Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning to all. Firstly, I'd just like to express my gratitude to colleagues across the Council for the work to bring forward this year's budget, and particularly to Amanda and her colleagues in the finance team. Provost, a balanced budget and a sustainable financial position are at the core of us being able to continue to deliver high quality services to our communities and make much needed investments across the Council area. We cannot deliver our Council plan priorities and achieve our ambitions or meet the needs of communities without these conditions being in place. So setting a budget which not only balances in the current year, but also considers financial sustainability into future years is essential to achieving this. For many years, the Council has stated its ambition to reduce and remove our reliance on service concessions or other reserves to balance the revenue budget. And it was noted that the real test of this ambition would be in 26-27, in the 26-27 budget setting exercise. And this year does represent a significant milestone for the Council. And the fact that we have got to the position we are now in reflects the hard work of officers across the Council and the hard work of elected members and the commitment to the financial strategy. In addition, it has to be said, for 26-27, we have our better than anticipated financial settlement. That gives us the opportunity to do a number of things. An opportunity to balance the 26-27 budget without the use of reserves or service concessions. An opportunity to provide essential support to the IJB in terms of enabling a balanced budget for social care. I think we're all aware of the scale of pressure in these services. A chance to invest in services that support some of the most vulnerable in our communities in terms of inclusion and whole family support. And an opportunity to respond to concerns expressed by our communities through consultation exercises and invest in local neighbourhoods to make them cleaner and tidier and more pleasant places to live. There is also an opportunity to ring-fence a percentage of council tax to support greater capital investment in our communities and to approve the use of service concessions for capital investment. Now we've got to the position whereby we don't need these service concessions in order to balance the revenue budget. That doesn't make this easy, and I'm very conscious that elected members need to balance a number of factors in coming to their decisions. We all recognise that there remain significant financial challenges in future years, and there will be difficult decisions ahead. But it is important that members and officers recognise that the Council has come a long way in the last 5 years in terms of the reliance on reserves and its progress towards financial sustainability. It is clearly a more positive year for the Council in terms of its budget, but there is still a lot to do, and it is essential that we retain our commitment to the financial strategy. Provost, just before I hand over to Amanda, I also wanted to comment briefly on the position in relation to equalities and EPIAs. I hope the members see the significant improvements made in the consideration of equalities issues. There is more to do. We are still on a journey of improvement. But I think that the content of the budget book, the overall analysis prepared by the Equalities Officer and the EPI Bulletin do demonstrate our commitment in that area. And with that, Provost, I'll pass over to Amanda for a fuller introduction to the report.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. So we'll just go over to Mrs. Templeman now.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Chief Executive. So I would first of all like to take the opportunity to thank Danny Kearney, the finance managers, Mary, Andy and Caroline, and the wider finance team for their hard work in supporting the development of the budget. But the revenue budget is very much a council-wide exercise, and the finance team have had a lot of support from officers across the council services, and I would thank all the officers for that. I would also like to acknowledge that this is the last budget for Danny Kearney, our Senior Service Manager for Corporate Finance. Danny has decided to retire in June, and I would like to thank Danny for all his work and support over the years for the Council. His knowledge and experience have been invaluable, and we will miss him greatly. But I will take this opportunity to introduce Mary McClarty, who's sitting next to Danny. Mary is going to be the next Senior Service Manager for Corporate Finance. And as I said already, Mary's currently a Service Manager for Corporate Finance. So we're delighted to have Mary moving into her new role. I would also like to thank members for their input into the budget process. Members, I think, have demonstrated their commitment to the principles agreed in the financial strategy, helping to get to the Council to the position that we're in today. Members have been working hard to develop budget proposals and models for today's meeting, trying to balance the financial needs of the Council with the needs of our communities. And as the Chief Executive has said, we know that's not an easy task. As noted in the report, we are still facing challenges in future years, and that commitment to the financial strategy principles will be needed going forward. As noted in the report again, an updated financial strategy will be brought to Council in autumn of this year. And the Council has been very clear about how importantly it views financial sustainability, which is one of the enablers within the Council plan. Each time the Council takes a financial decision, it has an impact on the ability of the Council to reach a more financially sustainable position. So the financial strategy remains a foundational part of the Council's planning framework. And in the report today, we've tried to make clearer linkages between the proposals and the Council plan and our 3 priorities. That's in part demonstrated at paragraph 4.25 and on page 12. And it's important that the Council is satisfied that investment proposals are designed to achieve the Council's vision and priorities. In February, Council received a financial settlement update report, and little has changed since that report. We recognise that the Council has seen a better than anticipated financial settlement, and this is reflected in the table at page 9 and in our overall financial position for 2026-27. Paragraph 4.14 of the report flags the late announcement of £20 million for the payment of real living wage for social care, and that covers adult social care, children's social care and early years provision. The report flags a verbal update will be provided at this meeting, and we don't have confirmation of our allocation at this stage, but based on the distribution approach, we can estimate that around £420,000 of funding will be received for adult social care, 89,000 for children's social care and 68,000 for early years. And these figures have not been included in the budget models within the report. As a result of the additional funding, alongside other adjustments, the 5-year gap position has improved from 79.9 million excluding council tax increases to 69.1 million excluding council tax increases. When we build in the annual 7% assumption for council tax, as set out in the financial strategy, alongside savings and fees and charges identified to date, the 5-year gap reduces to 18.8 million. And as we've noted, this provides a surplus for 26-27. However, as noted at paragraph 4.19, there remains a gap of 21.9 million for the following 4 years, of which 6.8 million is in 2027-28. And as we've discussed before, the only way to tackle the financial gap is to increase income or reduce spend. The report includes an illustrative model on page 12 and sets out a series of investment proposals for the projected surplus in 2026-27. Given the financial position, it is essential that investment proposals are soundly based and aligned with the Council priorities, as I've already said. And officers are of the view that the proposals in the table at paragraph 4.25 do align with our priorities and will have a positive impact on our communities. And that is summarised at paragraph 4.27. Information on council tax is included from page 14 of the report. In 2025-26, Falkirk had the 11th highest council tax in Scotland, and to date the average council tax increase for 2026-27 across Scotland is 7.59%, with some councils still to set council tax. The highest increase is currently around 10%, and the lowest is 4%. If Falkirk agreed to a 9.5 council tax increase as set out on page 37, which equates to a weekly rise of £2.88, we anticipate that Falkirk would have the 7th highest council tax in Scotland. The council tax section of the report also includes proposals for increasing council tax to support much needed capital investment. And the table at paragraph 4.38 sets out proposals for a 1% up to a 2.5% element of council tax to be used to support capital. Whilst council are being asked to approve the amount of council tax to be ring-fenced for capital investment, the final decision on the allocation to projects will be taken on the 26th of March through the capital programme budget. Service concession information is included in paragraph 4.39. As we've said, Falkirk Council does not have to use service concessions to balance the 2026-27 budget. However, as previously stated, gaps remain for future years. It's therefore recommended that some service concessions are committed for capital investment, with an element retained in principle to be agreed through future revenue budgets. Wales Council again are being asked to approve the amount of service concessions to be applied. The final decision on the allocation to projects will be taken on the 26th of March through the capital programme budget. From paragraph 4.52, there is information on reserves, and Council is asked to approve the reserves policy as part of the report, but to note there's no significant changes proposed within the reserves policy. There are two areas to highlight in respect of reserves. Firstly, officers are suggesting that the budgetary pressures reserves is retained for 2026-27, and the rationale for that is set out in the bullet points at paragraph 4.55. And secondly, proposals for the use of the remaining COVID reserves are set out in paragraph 4.56. Information on savings is included from paragraph 4.58, and savings proposals should be developed with consideration to the target operating model principles that Council approved in September 2023. So members should note that the illustrative model includes almost £10.5 million of savings, and the critical requirement to identify and deliver savings has not changed. The majority of savings identified by officers are operational in nature, meaning that the impact on frontline service delivery or council policy is not expected to be significant, and therefore directors have delegated authority to take these decisions. A summary of the savings for each service is included in pages 22 to 27, with some more detail included in the appendices. Also, this year, for the first time, we have prepared an EPIA bulletin, which includes the detailed EPIAs for council tax, each saving to be approved, and the proposals relating to fees and charges. An overall impact assessment has been carried out by the Equalities and Human Rights Officer, as included at page 43 of the main report. Previous reports to members have flagged that the Council's transformation programme, Council of the Future, is essential to delivering a financially sustainable position. The recent report to Scrutiny Committee on the programme flagged that officers are working to improve reporting on the programme, and information on current projects is included at the table at paragraph 4.73. The Council of the Future Board will meet later this month, and the information for the projects in the table will be updated, and that information will be included in future financial reports to members. Paragraph 4.75 highlights the collaborative work underway with Clackmannanshire, and members will now be aware that Stirling Council has taken the decision to join this work, and members will continue to be updated as the work progresses. Fees and charges are set out from paragraph 4.76, with a total of £707,000 additional income anticipated through the proposed increases. The EPIA impact for the groups of charges is summarised in the table at paragraph 4.83, and as I've already said, EPIAs are included in the EPIA bulletin and the overall impact assessment by the Equalities and Human Rights Officer. And information on the IGB budget and proposed payment is included from paragraph 4.86. The information in the budget book does not include the allocation of the £20 million real living wage funding, as I've already said. So the investment proposals include a sum of £1.5 million for the IGB, which effectively gives the IGB a balanced social care budget, albeit for the IGB, budgets must lose their identity. So whilst that's a positive position for the IGB, they remain in a financially challenging position with rising demand pressures. They will need to continue to take further difficult decisions to balance their position. As I've noted in the report, it's hoped there'll be further funding from Scottish Government in respect of complex care and delayed discharge, as set out in paragraph 4.90, but we have no further details on that at this time. Paragraph 4.95 notes that it's anticipated that the Children and Families and Justice Services budget will transfer to the IGB in 2026-27, and the budget has been presented on this basis as reflected in the table at paragraph 4.99. Information on workforce is presented from paragraph 4.100 and includes updates on the Fair Work Statement and time off for trade union duties. The report also sets out information relating to the proposal for an additional public holiday. Council will note that recommendation 9 proposes that there is no additional public holiday for Falkirk, and that is due to the costs that we would incur. Today's budget allocates over £505 million to services that our communities need and value and that support our council plan priorities. The better than anticipated financial settlement allows the council to make meaningful investment in areas that will positively impact on some of our most vulnerable people. It also allows us to address some of the main areas of concern that our communities have flagged to us in the budget consultation through the investment in the environmental work. The ring fencing of council tax for capital helps to ensure our assets remain fit for purpose and that significant projects that our communities want to see can move ahead. So finally, I would conclude by saying this budget is a hugely positive step forward for the council. There's still a lot of work to do, but the council is able to set a budget without reliance on one-off reserves for recurring spend for the first time in many years. And that is an excellent achievement for the council. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mrs. Templeman, for that excellent overview. We'll now open up for questions to officers, and they should be on the substance of the report, and they should be questions, not statements. So, any questions to officers? Councillor Aiken.
Hi, morning. Could you just clarify how much it would cost if we were to go ahead with the public holiday?
Obviously, I can answer that one if that's okay. It's set out in paragraph 4.113 in the report. So to provide a fixed day with no enhancements would be £130,000, and to provide a full public holiday would be £260,000.
That's great. Thanks for clarifying that.
Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Provost. Just thank you to all the staff. I think the fact that this budget is looking a lot less scary than budgets in previous years since I became a councillor is down to some significant work that's been done by all the officers, and I want to say thank you to them all for that. It's very impressive. I wonder if you could say a little more, though, about the settlement. You've made mention that this settlement is slightly better than was expected. Could you explain what the change in the way that settlement is calculated has been that has made it?
Thank you. I suppose there's maybe two main points that I would make. There is sort of the settlement that comes from the government and how that's calculated. And then there's also what we assume when we're projecting what our budget might look like. So if I deal with the first one, when the government are calculating the settlement for local authorities, they use a series of indicators and data to decide what a fair allocation would be. So a lot of that's about different levels of population, for example, and different demographics. When the distribution was getting looked at for 26-27, it was recognised by Scottish Government that some of the social care related data was out of date that they had been using for the allocation. That's been corrected in 26-27, and so we are one of the beneficiaries of that, in that we are seeing our slice of the funding increase slightly, our proportion of it. In terms of the second element, when we are doing our budget projections and the financial strategy, we were assuming a flat cash basis, which basically meant no uplift. Now, when we say flat cash, we don't mean that we'll get exactly the same as we got in previous years, because there is always adjustments that are made, but we were assuming no sort of inflationary uplift. And part of the reason for that is because the Scottish Government prepare spending reviews where they give an indication of future years' funding, and the outline for local government wasn't suggesting that there would be an inflationary uplift. So what we have found, though, is that in 26-27 we have had an increase. So if you look at the table on page 9, you'll see that there's a core grant increase of 7.6 million, which we are equating to about 2%. So that's a huge part of why our financial position is better than anticipated. What I would say, however, is that for future years, once again, the spending review is flagging flat cash So we won't be building in an expectation of a further grant increase at this stage until that we potentially get more information that that's likely. But at the moment, our medium-term financial plan will again revert to a flat cash basis. Thanks.
Thank you for that. So can I clarify what is the projection then for coming years?
So the projection for coming years is essentially a similar level of grant that we have now. We do recognise where there'll be adjustments that need to be made for different things. So if you look at page 9 again, for example, you'll see there's an adjustment for 2.9% coming off our grant. 2.9 million coming off our grant. That relates to the PPP schools because our Class 90 came to an end, so we get less level playing field support for that. So we'll make adjustments for what we know maybe coming down the track, but we'll assume that if we get any additional funding, it will have matching spend, so it will be funding for a specific purpose or policy at this point. So we are just projecting we will have the same core grant going forward.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you mentioned that some of the data that the Scottish Government was using was out of date. How far out of date was that?
So when I can't remember exactly off the top of my head exactly how out of date it was, but there was a census recently published that related to all the information for 2022, and that was what triggered the identification that there was an issue with the data. So it's as a result of the 2022 census that we've ended up doing this review, but I don't have a note of how out of date the social care data was.
So Hannah, I think it was out of date by quite a number of years. I don't know the exact number, but quite a few going back to maybe 10 even. It was a good bit out of date in terms of the social data.
Right, thank you very much, Danny. Thank you, Provost.
Any other questions? Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Just want to take the opportunity to wish Mary all the very best in her retirement. She's obviously going to retire very early because she's looking at Danny and saying, why is he retiring? So she'll be right at his back. I'm jesting. I just wanted to take the opportunity, Provost, to thank Amanda and her team for the budget and recognise in my 2 terms as a councillor, Danny's always been one of these unsung heroes in the background, and I just wish him all the very best in his future years. Question I have, it's to do with dilapidation and refurbishment of commercial units. I'd just like to drill down a wee bit on that to find out, first of all, is this going to be is it a one-off 1.4 investment, or is it going to be recurring? I recognise that, we do bring in an estimated £4 million per year to the council. So I'm just wondering, has there been some conditions surveys carried out which have allowed us to come up with this figure of 1.4, and where, if anywhere, is that going to be invested?
Mr. Kirtrick.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor McCabe. In terms of the investment in the commercial property portfolio, as it's highlighted, we do have significant rental income that comes from that. What we have at the moment, though, is a number of buildings have become empty that are older and in need of investment for us to then enable them to be relet. They are spread across the district. We do have a programme that runs every year where we make an investment, but we're facing quite a challenge at the moment with a decline in the wider market, particularly for larger business spaces, sort of industrial and offices. And so this money is going to be targeted at those buildings where we can maximise the rental income. I could get further details on the specifics that we've identified. I know there is one in particular at West Mains where there is a large drop in rental income, but I could certainly provide Councillor McCabe with specifics on the ones we're targeting over the next year.
Thanks, Paul. Interesting answer. You've obviously identified these facilities. We've just gone through an SPR where we've identified buildings which obviously were surplus to council requirements, but you feel you're happy enough that the buildings that you're identifying that do need this investment would be able to show us a future return. Yeah.
Paul, could I just bring in Mrs. Templeman at this point?
Apologies. So I was just going to answer that earlier part of your question. So this is one-off funding that would come. That 1.4 is one-off funding. We do look to try and have. We do have a recurring capital budget, which is around about £350,000 to sort of refresh and keep commercial units up to date. And we also look to try and reinvest if there's any kind of relevant sales or anything of these kind of units that can be reinvested into that area to maintain that asset base. But I suppose the other thing I would just flag is that the final allocation of that 1.4 million would be approved as part of the capital programme in March. Thank you.
So, Kirsty, do you want to come back in?
Yes, thank you, Provost. And the short answer to Councillor McCabe is yes, we're targeting these at the properties where we feel we can get the maximum rental income uplifts for getting them relet.
Smashing. Thanks very much, Paul. Thank you very much, Amanda. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. Any other questions? Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Provost. Yeah, I'm wanting to pick up on one of the savings that's in the education portfolio and highlight some of that. So I'm going to ask a series of questions around about that. The first question to officers: what is the current home to school transport policy that Falkirk Council reaffirmed in 23-24?
Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. The statutory framework for home to school transport in Scotland is set out in the Education Scotland Act 1980, and that's supported by National Home to School Transport Guidance, which was last issued by the Scottish Government in November 2025. Falkirk Council's entitlement exceeds the minimum requirements set out in Scottish legislation. And to be clear, children under 8 years of age are entitled to free transport in Falkirk if they live more than 1 mile from their catchment school. The national entitlement is 2 miles. Children aged 8 and over are entitled in Falkirk if they live more than 2 miles from their catchment school. The national entitlement is 3 miles. And when we're assessing distances, they are assessed from using the nearest available safe walking route, and it's measured from the home gateway to the nearest designated school entrance. And a couple of other points just to put that into context. Parents and carers retain responsibility for their child's safety, supervision and behaviour when they're travelling to and from school, except while the child is physically on board council provided transport and under the supervision of a driver or an escort. And any child who has additional support needs, transport is provided for them based on assessed need rather than distance, and decisions are made following requests from the school in consideration by the ASN team, and that transport may be taxis, minibuses, local bus travel, and where required, trained escorts.
Okay. Following on from that, could you give us an idea of how many secondary pupils in Falkirk District are currently distance entitled and how many are not?
Yes, I could. There are, in the September census for 2025, there are 9,761 secondary pupils. 2,150 of those young people are distance entitled, so that's 22%, and 7,611 are not distance entitled, so that's 78%.
So how many young people in the district currently access discretionary routes?
Thanks, Councillor Sinclair. There are 4 discretionary routes for debate this morning. I'll go through each of those routes and just make a number of points about each of the routes. In Service 142, which is from Shield Hill to Braes High School, there are up to 49 pupils. And I say up to because these are non-distance entitled, so sometimes they use it, sometimes they don't. But that's up to 49 pupils on Service 142. On Service 641, which is Maddiston to Braes, there are up to 160 pupils who use those service. 63 of those pupils are distance entitled. The rest are not distance entitled. So the proposal there is to keep one of the 2 buses that currently serves that route to make sure that those 63 distance entitled pupils are able to use it. There are 3 alternative public service buses which the pupils who are not distance entitled could use, which would reduce the walking distance to half a mile for those young people. The 3rd service is up to 30 pupils, and that's Service 149 from Slamanan Road to Falkirk High School. There are 5 alternative public transport services which those young people could use, which would reduce the walking distance to half a mile. And the 4th service is 628, which is up to 124 pupils. That service goes from Hall Glen to Graham High School, and 17 pupils of the 124 are distance entitled. So the plan would be to retain one of those buses. There are also 3 alternative public services that could be used for the non-distance entitled pupils, and that would reduce their walking route to 0.9 of a mile.
Okay, thanks for that. That's quite a lot of information and data you've given us there. I suppose it might be handy if we understood what is meant by a route being discretionary. Could you clarify that?
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. A discretionary bus route, and it's 4 services we're talking about for this proposal, are services that the council is not legally required to provide. They sit out with the council's statutory duty for home to school transport, and they are provided at the council's discretion. So these routes serve pupils who do not meet the eligibility or distance criteria for free home to school transport. They've been retained historically, often where spare capacity exists on buses operating for entitled pupils. So discretionary routes generally serve pupils who live within walking distance under current council policy and who could be reasonably expected to walk based on safe walking routes. So they access bus services by availability rather than by entitlement. Now, I know what follows on from this question is why do we have those 4 discretionary routes? So if it's okay with you, Councillor Sinclair, I'll pass to my colleague, Kenny McNeill from Education Services, who has the information on why those services exist, if you would find that helpful.
Okay, thank you, John. Councillor Sinclair. Service 142, which is Shield Hill to Braes, has existed for a particularly long time. Going back when it was first brought in 20 years ago, the majority of the pupils were fare paying, but a bus was put on and there was some entitled pupils at one of the farms, so it remained in place since. So it was put on for distance entitlement, and over the years, the number of children using it has weighted more towards the non-entitled element, but the bus has remained. Service 641 Maddiston to Braes. This service was in place to meet demand at the time. And there are currently 2 buses where the requirement and demand from entitled pupils could be met by 1 bus. So therefore, for some time now, spare capacity has meant non-distance entitled pupils use the second bus as well, and the officers assess we can now get by with 1 bus rather than the 2. Service 149, the Slamanan Road to Falkirk High. This is a legacy provision preceding the creation of a footpath under the railway along that route, which meant that the route could now be assessed as safe and was within the required distance entitlement. That's the footpath at the Slamanan Road car park, and it's shortened the available walking route. The final service is service 628 Hall Glen to Graham High School. Again, it's there for distance entitled pupils. This route was originally established in response to the relocation of Woodlands High School to Graham High. That was quite some time ago. And again, there are 2 buses, and officers assess that these buses could be amalgamated into 1 bus to meet the needs of the distance entitled pupils.
Okay. Provost, with your indulgence, I've got a couple more questions on this.
Okay.
A brief one this time. Are there any primary school pupils impacted by these proposals?
No, it's all secondary age pupils. The services for primary age pupils on those particular routes will remain.
Okay. So I think turning to safe walking routes to school, could you advise the process that is undertaken to determine that the routes are safe and where that criteria comes from?
Yes, thank you. There's been quite a bit of work done on this for preparation for this budget and also in preparation for a previous budget in 2023. But the available walking routes to school that provide an alternative have all been assessed in some detail. Each of the routes has been walked by a number of different officers and a safe walking route assessment completed. They're all included in the proposal. Road accident information has also been provided by the Council's roads team, and that has been included in the walking route assessments as well. And all routes were walked both in the morning and in the afternoon when pupils would ordinarily be walking to and from school. Now, the road safety was assessed used on the methodology based on the national standards and guidance, the assessment of walked routes to school, which is produced by Road Safety GP and the Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents. What we also did in preparation for this report was to have our approach independently evaluated by Stantec to make sure the approach and the criteria we were using was appropriate, and they have confirmed that it was. We also requested information from Police Scotland in terms which you don't have to normally do when you're assessing safe routes to school, but we asked Police Scotland to give us information on any crimes reported in the routes that are being proposed. And in particular, the Maddiston to Braes route, that's route 641, was subject to quite a detailed assessment in 2023 by WSP, when at that time the proposal was to change the distance entitlement. This is not about changing the distance entitlement. This is about discretionary buses. And that was assessed in 2023, and it was deemed to be or it was assessed to be a safe route to school by WSP at that point.
Okay, thank you for that. So my last question, people will be glad to hear on this. These discretionary routes currently fall out with the agreed policy and the national guidelines and the national legislation, as you mentioned earlier on, Mr. Reid, and through you, Provost. So in that case, what would be the cost and practical impact on the education budget if we as a council expanded the distance entitlement criteria to ensure that these 4 routes that is mentioned are incorporated into policy to ensure consistency and equity across the district, given that, with what you've said, the current arrangements create an inequality for the vast majority of pupils who are not distance entitled?
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. Just to set this in context, the Education Service currently transports around 3,500 pupils, primary and secondary, using 120 vehicles at an annual cost of around just under £3 million. And then on top of that, the service transports pupils with additional support needs, and that transport costs around £2 million. Now, I think I've already said that the Falkirk entitlement is more generous than the national entitlement in terms of distance for pupils who are eligible. So if the council wanted to change that, then it's the distance entitlement criteria that would need to be reduced for secondary pupils to below 2 miles. And what that would do, it would see a large increase in the number of pupils entitled to transport across the Falkirk area increase, and obviously that would see substantial increase in costs. Now, we wouldn't be able to confirm the cost at this stage because that we don't know what the policy or what the impact would be in that, but it would be significant. The other issue is that the transport planning unit, who arrange all of our transport for education, do a wonderful job, but there may also be issues around sourcing different operators and different vehicles to be able to provide a reduction in distance entitlement, and removing these services would mean more consistency across the area, as there are a number of other areas with no distance entitled pupils who do not have school bus services. So there'd be a significant cost.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That's all my questions at this stage.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. We'll now go to Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. I've got a couple of questions around the clean and green team. The first one is, what's the sort of role of this team? What's their scope of work going to be, and what sort of work do you see them doing?
Benny?
Through you, Provost, thank you. We want this team to directly respond to feedback from residents that they want to see the local area improved in its appearance, reduce litter, better maintained. So our vision for this team is that, you know, every day they set off from the depot and go off to tackle wards right across Falkirk, particularly if, you know, like a resident has reported, I don't know, a recent episode of fly tipping, or maybe there's a kind of green space area where, you know, the litter's just got really bad for some particular reason. This will be a kind of squad that will just turn up, get that absolutely nailed. But there'll be a kind of cyclical nature to their activity as well. So, you know, I think recently we went on a ward visit to Denny, and there was a kind of grassed area near the library, which, in my opinion, didn't look, you know, well maintained, didn't look up to the standard that I would expect for the council. I'd imagine that this sort of team would have seen a situation like that and gone and, you know, sorted it to make sure it all looked much better. I think also there'll be an opportunity for them to tidy up general kind of, like, you can imagine a path that maybe like the trees have kind of overgrown and bushes are kind of creeping onto the pathway. These guys can just go in there and get that cleaned. So it's really a positive, proactive, very visible kind of team that's doing additional activity, not kind of just, you know, if I give that Denny example, we'll have an individual worker who's going and doing street cleaning right now, but there's a limit to what that person can do. this team will go in and give some extra sort of heft and make a real impact, and hopefully residents will see that and say, the council's responding to what we said in the survey.
Thanks, and that is good to hear. We're listening to residents. It's something that residents raise quite a lot, so more power to you. It's ideal. I suppose my kind of next question leading on for that is the sort of, will there be a report coming back to council maybe setting out the sort of scope and duties of this team, or is it just basically officers will decide? I mean, things like, I know we've had discussions about it before, but enforcement, people are really keen to see some sort of enforcement in place for these activities. And then probably a kind of follow-up question as well, but obviously we're putting in revenue investment, but in terms of capital investment, if people are going to be doing gardening duties and other things as well, probably we'll need to buy vans, equipment and things. Do we already have that, or will that be needed?
I think the plan for us is that the money that's given through the revenue will be able to fund, the purchase of vehicles. I wasn't intending to bring a report. I'd like to just crack on and get on with this. I sort of feel like residents have given us a clear idea of what they need us to do. I'm happy to provide a briefing, once we've set up the team, and give a kind of sense of the activity that they've maybe done in that first 3 months of what they've been up to get a sense of whether elected members are happy with that. The enforcement's different. I just want to be really clear. This team will do no enforcement. This is a proactive kind of clearing up type team, and Douglas will be bringing a report in autumn of this year, a waste and kind of street cleansing strategy document, which will deal with enforcement within that. So I acknowledge the point you make. We need to see enforcement as well as clearing up, and that's the plan. So elected members will have to take a decision on whatever's put forward in front of them later in the year.
Thanks, sir. It's ideal, and I hope we can work together on making the Clean Green team a success going forward. My next question was around some of the investments we've got proposed going forward, and we're talking about an extra 0.5% in council tax for the Denny gym. Last year's budget, we agreed percentage council tax raise for the Blairs Bridge project, but we're no further forward with that. We're a year later, and I don't think there's been anything in the ground. So what assurances can we get that money agreed in this year's budget will be spent this year, and we're not sitting next year with people's council tax having went up and projects not started?
I understand the point. I guess I just have a difference of opinion on you on this particular project, because in my view, my officers flagged up to me that the Blairs Bridge required significant intervention to keep it safe for the longer term. And I think we all recognise that that was a major access route that couldn't be disrupted. The cost of the project of fixing that was, from memory, something like £3.1 million. So the proposal at the previous budget was that council recognised this was an absolutely critical piece of infrastructure, and they allocated the full budget to that project to allow that project to be completely delivered. In that first year, and Gary, if people want the additional detail, can come in, but in that first year there needed to be preparatory works to inform the kind of like approach that would be taken, and then it's a 3-year project to get it fixed. I don't think, it's my view, it's much better for the council to make that commitment and put the £3 million there, so that we know that that project's now sorted. It maybe isn't having construction activity on it in this financial year, but that project is fixed in terms of the delivery. But I am conscious of the feedback that your group's given on a desire to see council tax money invested in the financial year that it's identified, and I think that the options that are in front of you today reflect investment that would happen in 26-27. So I don't think that we've got a situation the like of which that you raised, but I still come back to the the point. It's not dissimilar to how we deal with all our capital projects, that we want to try and identify a full budget so that that project can be delivered in full.
Thanks. And then another question. Obviously, we've had Cairn Grange, we've put an extra 5.7 million, and a lot of that's due to inflationary pressures. I'm just thinking we've got quite a lot. We've got Cairn Grange, we've got the Westfield Roundabout, Madison Primary School, Blair's Bridge, the Bowness, Falkirk Town Hall's a big one. The regeneration projects, we're doing £4 million into roads and commercial units. The first sort of, when I started as a councillor, it felt like a bit of a demolition derby. We're knocking a lot of buildings down. It's good to see we're getting on and actually building projects now. But every one of these projects has inflationary pressures. So is it wise to go and start another project again when we've got all these other ones on the go?
My view is that one of the really positive things about Falkirk Council at the moment is that we have this very ambitious desire to see proactive change and improvement across our areas. And I think that that's also feedback that residents have given us in the survey. So I guess the question would more be, have we as an officer group put forward proposals that are more than we can handle? And I would reject that, but I think I'd probably like to, if I could, call in Paul Kettrick just to kind of give a reassurance on the capacity within the council team to deliver on what is a very ambitious and proactive agenda.
Okay, and Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Malcolm. I think as highlighted, we are being ambitious and we have taken on additional extra staff. We're also using national procurement frameworks to support us with capacity, whether that's through professional and technical consultants or indeed accessing supply chains. What I would highlight is that the projects we're talking about are big projects that take years to develop and to deliver through to completion. We cannot go to procurement or progress all those investigations without having committed budgets, and therefore it is important that we make the early commitment on budgets so that we can progress the projects, whether it's through all the design development activity that needs to take place, the securing of the professional teams to take them through, and then to actually go to tender. We cannot go to tender and procure works without having an approved budget, and that is hence why we need to get the budgets approved early to then be able to progress them. But there is a recognition that we want to move as quickly as possible because construction inflation and a whole load of other external factors can cause us challenges, as we've highlighted previously to members.
Thanks. And then my next question was, obviously I was on the policy development panel for sport and leisure, and we've got an ambitious plan there, and our new sports hub coming hopefully soon. We've got Braes High School as well. Could you just kind of talk about the rationale as why, rather than sitting in with the sports hub in Braes High School, why Denny was taken out and accelerated as opposed to the other developments that were going forward?
It's not my reflection that Denny was accelerated. We brought a report forward that split the Sport Wings project into 3 phases. So phase 1 was Bowness, and we all recognised that given the situation with the Bowness wreck, we wanted to try and move as quickly as we possibly could to re-provision some sort of leisure service into that area. Phase 2 was Denny. That was identified as a project that it wasn't incredibly complicated to deliver. The outcome of the consultation was that there was a plot of land that we own in the Denny town centre that we could develop. The Braes project in the report did identify that it was a more complicated project and more akin to a kind of school extension. At the time, it was also acknowledged that there wasn't the required funding to fully deliver that scheme, and that we needed to develop a business case. So the decision that was taken by I think it was council, apologies if it was executive, was that officers should progress to deliver the Bowness and Denny facilities and bring a business case back for the Braes. So I don't recognise a acceleration of the Denny scheme. It was phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3, and we're still following through on that plan.
So what's the timescale then, do you think, for people in the Braes to be seeing their sports wing coming forward?
So the proposal that we've outlined to council was that we would do the school modernisation review and come back with a prioritisation list. So I'll probably defer to Mr. Kettrick to give us the full details of that. But I'm also conscious that a number of the groups have put forward slight variation proposals on that. And as officers, we're really open to elected members giving us that instruction that if they want to see the Braes accelerated on a faster timescale than what we had proposed in terms of the school modernisation, then we're very happy to respond to that. And we would deliver those feasibility studies and come back to council with a kind of more developed proposal that could be considered and invested in. But if I could pass over to Mr. Kettrick just to give us a more clear timeline on the school modernisation activity.
Thank you, Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Provost. As members will be aware from the Learning Estate Review report that we presented, the initial stages are for us to finalise our Learning Estate strategy and then distill that down to give us management plans associated with clusters and individual schools. Clearly, secondary schools are going to feature high in that, and we've already identified at Braes that there is an opportunity in two parts. One is in terms of looking at the capacity of the school and the accommodation within the school. It's a 25-year-old school that's just come back into council ownership from the PPP concession. We had previously identified the opportunity for the sport and leisure facility as part of that hub and spoke model that came out of the PPP. I think bringing the two of those together gives us an opportunity to maximise the investment at the school in one cohesive plan, because both will influence each other. So that we would be looking to be coming back to elected members on the strategy over the coming year, and then thereafter on the management plan associated with the individual schools and clusters of schools thereafter, and that will give us greater clarity. That also aligns with the work that's coming forward in terms of the local development plan and in terms of sites, because as we know, one of the implications of being ambitious and delivering more houses is that can increase the capacities of school. And we already have a school at Braes where we have a high level of utilisation in terms of its capacity. So we need to just be careful as to how we manage that going forward. And therefore, to make a commitment at this early stage for a sport and leisure wing that may then actually not be in the correct place, or could actually then impact on the future capacity, or not be able to take advantage of any change in capacity. I think it's wise for us to take that time just to progress that feasibility in conjunction with the Learning Estate Review and the work of the sport and leisure strategy, and tying in with what we're doing at that school specifically as part of the Learning Estate management plans that will come out from that strategy. Hopefully that gives you an idea. It is a fairly complex project, as we've always identified at the Braes.
Thanks. No, I really appreciate what you're putting into that. It's a big project, and we hope to see it coming forward soon. This will be my very final question, and sorry I've taken so long, but you spoke a bit about kind of local development plan, how developer contributions can hopefully fund the development at the Braes. Is there any scope for that in Denny? We've obviously got a lot of developments coming forward there. If it was maybe a year down the line, potentially with some of the applications that I've submitted in, could we be looking at maybe funding the gym through developer contributions as well, rather than solely through borrowing?
Could I ask Paul to answer that question? I think my understanding was that there were no developer contributions likely to come to that project, but Paul may have a better knowledge on that.
Mr. Kettrick.
Right, yeah, thank you, Provost. The council at present doesn't have supplementary planning guidance associated with the delivery of sports facilities, or indeed specifically the one in Denny. Today, our supplementary planning guidance is very much focused on open space, education, and facilities of that nature. As part of the local development plan and the activities associated with that, I know the colleagues from planning, and Michael McGuinness is also on the call, will be looking at our supplementary planning guidance. The issue is that if you already commit to a project to deliver it, then you can't then retrofit in supplementary planning guidance. That is something that developers would generally challenge us upon, but it is something that's certainly been looked at going forward as to how we can maximise developer contributions to support not just Denny and sport and leisure facilities, but supporting new facilities across the whole of the estate and the whole of the district.
Thanks, Councillor Redmond. Now go to Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. And I only have two questions, and they're both to Mr. Kettrick. And not surprisingly, it's surrounding the Denny Gym. If the additional capital investment identified for the Denny Gym project is taken out, a project previously agreed by the exec and ratified by council, what effect would this have on the realisation of this much-needed facility in the west of the area?
Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Provost. As members will be aware, as part of and it was mentioned earlier, as part of the cross-party sport and leisure policy development, I highlight the hub and spoke model, and one of those spokes was identified at Denny to cover the west of the district. So that is likely to also feature in the emerging sport and leisure strategy. So there could be a prejudice on that from a property and construction perspective, which is obviously my area. The deferment or the of the project or the cancelling of the project would cause uncertainty in terms of not only the town centre regeneration, which has kind of stalled for many years, and we see this as an avenue of dealing with that. But also there is the consequence of construction inflation, which conservatively at the moment is between 5 and 10%, but could be substantially more, particularly in buildings that have a lot of ventilation and mechanical and electrical equipment, and by their nature, sport and leisure facilities have those. So there would be implications both financially and reputationally, and in terms of delivering that town centre regeneration in Denny.
Thanks. My second question, in Falkirk Labour's budget proposal, and we've heard from Councillor Redmond there that they're not in favour of this investment. Once Council has been informed about the final cost of the new Town Hall project, the Labour Group will prioritise any unallocated funding within the capital plan and service concessions to the Denny Gym project. That's from their budget. Again to Mr. Kettrick, how long could this be until we know if there is any unallocated funding from the Town Hall project, and more importantly, what is the likelihood of there being any surplus and indeed enough to cover the investment in the Denny Gym?
Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Provost. As members will be aware from the confidential council paper, a special council paper just a few weeks ago, we've identified a budget and continue to identify the budget of £69.8 million for the town hall. That remains our affordability cap, but there is a recognition that there is pressures, lots of external pressures that we face as an authority, and in terms of progressing with the town hall project, subject to members agreeing to the capital budget coming up in the further on in the March. If we continue to progress the project, the town hall project, along the timescales that we've currently envisaged, we would be looking at Q2 or Q3 2027 before we would be entering what's called financial close. That would give us the much greater level of cost certainty at that point. So that would be when we would be looking at it. However, I would caution members in terms of identifying savings from that project to go towards other projects, because as we have seen huge levels of construction inflation, we've already identified risks and potentials on that budget. We're fairly confident that the work we're doing through design, procurement and activities like that to mitigate a lot of those risks. However, it is unlikely that there would be any surplus in that budget if we want to achieve everything that the town hall has by the time we get to there, reflecting that there is those external pressures.
so it's highly unlikely there's going to be any surplus there. Thanks, Mr. Keswick.
Thanks, Councillor Gardner. 91, Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. I just wanted to say I never said I was against the Denny Gym at all. What I says was this year we're potentially not bringing it forward, but down the line we would be 100% committed to bringing that forward. All we were saying was potentially this year we're trying to keep council tax lower, and we could do that by not going forward with the gym until potentially next year or further down the line.
You did say you're against investment in the Denny Gym.
No. So can we just stop the dialogue, please? Right, we've raised the point and Councillor Redmond's answered it. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Provost. I've got a few questions. I suppose the first one to Amanda. In relation to the use of reserves, obviously it's noted we are in a much better financial position this year than we have been, and this was always going to be a bit of a crunch year. But could you just outline, without going through the whole policy, the kind of reasons why we would use reserves for example, non-recurring spending, and why it's so important that it's not used to widen the gap?
Thank you. So the reason it's, if I start off with the second part, the reason it's important to not use reserves to address the gap is because you will need to keep using reserves each year until you find a recurring position. And what that means is, if you think of your reserves effectively like your savings, you'll get to the end of your savings, you'll have spent them all, and you'll still have the gap and you'll still have the problem to solve. So that's why, as a council in the financial strategy, we've really been trying to move away from using reserves in that way, and the budget today allows us to do that. I think it is reasonable to use reserves, though, for a number of purposes. We have set some of that out in the reserves policy and in the paper. So when it is non-recurring funding, for example, when it is to deal with an unexpected pressure, or to deal with something one-off that can't be met from recurring funds, and also where it could, for example, lead to future benefits in future years, I think it's looking at each proposed use of reserve and making a decision on whether or not that's a good way to spend our funding effectively.
Thank you. The next question, I just want to pick up on something which Mr. Benny said in his answers to Mr. Redmond. In a similar way to the project that was being mentioned with the bridge, that last year there was money identified within the capital expenditure for example, projects in Carsonere and Trice that included flooding projects. And I think it's just to give some reassurance, if you could, that my understanding is it's similar. So, for example, with the project at Letham, to do with, there's a number, but to do with the new flooding courseway there under the council, that is being progressed, and similarly that money has been identified, the whole of that was discussed and it's being progressed. It might not be finalised, but we are at a more advanced stage than what we were, just to give some clarity that money wasn't allocated and then just disappears and isn't spent. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Could I ask Gary McGregor to respond to that one? They're online.
Yeah, through yourself, Provost. Yes, in answer to your question, Councillor Murtagh, yes, we are progressing flood prevention works at Letham. There has obviously been a delay, and that is to do with land purchase. So we have likely to require to go down a compulsory purchase order, which is an unfortunate process, and it could take a bit of time. But we are still progressing that project through our capital budget and flooding.
Thank you, and I'm really grateful to officers for working with me throughout the year on these issues. Finally, to the Chief Executive, and I note what your remarks were in terms of the equality situation having improved. Won't over-rehearse what happened last year as a subject of the motion, and I've tried to allude to that in my own motion today. But how do you feel that as a council as a whole, including within the wider departments, that the prospects are for continued progress where we are just now, and that continued progress, not just within our excellent equalities teams, but within the council as a whole, taking that on and that whole mantle. Could you give us some of your thoughts on that, please?
Mr. Lawrie?
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Marta. We have made, I think, a lot of progress in the last year, and there's a number of factors that relate to that. Improved guidance, training, better data, new performance indicators. There's been a lot to that, and I think the work of the Equalities and Human Rights Working Group has been fundamental to that, because of the effort and the energy they've put into addressing the issues that we all recognise had to be improved in relation to EPIAs. But I do also think there's been a very high degree of buy-in across the council. So, for example, in terms of EPI training, about 150 officers have been involved in that, and it feels to me that that kind of commitment and that engagement and that ownership of the service departments has been really fundamental in terms of building on these really good foundations that the Equalities and Human Rights Working Group are creating to enable us to move forward. And there's more work to be done. There's more work to be done. But I do feel much more positive about that. I think there's a lot of credit to the service departments for their level of engagement and interest and enthusiasm to make this work well for the council.
Thank you. I don't have any other further questions.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. We'll now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. I appreciate I'm throwing back now here. We've had some discussion on the buses, but I'd like to just return to that. So Mr. Reid did outline the details of what the statutory bus services were, but I think that legal recommendations still have room for common sense and local knowledge. And as the sole councillor here representing the Upper Braes, I have some specific questions about the walking routes. So in Madison first, the aptly named Valley Park, over the winter months, I know that I've picked that up from constituents because the surfaces are unplayable. So can I ask then, please, if I could have some comment both on the quality of the path networks, specifically in the Valley Park, as well as lighting, how good the lighting is in the park, specifically again over the winter months.
Mr. Reid?
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Patterson. I mean, to be clear, when the routes were assessed, the assessors took into account a number of different factors. They took into account the footway provision, the gradients, the visibility, the lighting, and the general route environment, and paid particular attention to road crossing points. And all of those were identified, assessed, and documented. None of the assessed walking routes required pupils to walk along high-speed roads, but as part of that assessment process, as I alluded to earlier, road traffic collision data was also reviewed for each route. Now, taking all of that into account, each of the different routes that were assessed as safe by the team, recognising there is no lighting through Valley Park. There is an alternative route that, for that particular route, that was assessed in 2023 by WSP, which does not involve Valley Park. It is assessed starting from the Madston bus turning circle or thereabouts en route to the school. And so if young people could get to that point, they would then be walking along routes that are safe and are lit, or if they were accompanied through Valley Park by an adult, then that would overcome that problem as well. Just I mean, obviously, as director and as a teacher and as a parent, we all want our young people to get to school safely, and that's why a lot of attention has been taken to assessing the routes according to the criteria that's set by ROSPA.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I'm really glad there that you mentioned gradients, because having walked those routes myself, the gradient is no joke, and specifically as well, you've outlined there that there's no high-speed roads. Again, though, specifically that road that you're talking about there, from where the turning circle is, the speeds that cars go down there is famously fast, and that's an ongoing issue. Equally, the road from Shields Hill down to the Braes High School, again, it's not a high-speed road. However, living locally, anyone can tell you that the speed that cars pick up on that road is well above what the limit is. Have there been surveys carried out to actually see what the average speed is of cars going up those two roads?
I wouldn't be able to comment on that, Councillor Patterson. I can only comment on the assessment that officers and our teams carried out at that point on those routes, which took place when the pupils were walking to school and when the pupils were walking back from school. But taking into account the collision data, there were no concerns featured in the assessment that would deem the route to be unsafe, but I wouldn't be able to comment on the specifics of the question you've asked.
No, I wholly appreciate that, and I don't for a second doubt that the officers done due diligence, but I'm just speaking from a local perspective, which I think we can't overlook in this discussion. Equally then, can I ask, and I'm not familiar, it's not specifically within the Upper Braes, but I did recently visit the unbelievable new housing estates that the council has built in Hog Lane, and I know that there are a lot of plans for the path networks around there, but as it stands, are you in a position to comment on the path networks for pupils who would have to walk from the new estate in Hog Lane to Falkirk High? Or Graham?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Officers assessed existing path networks. Are you referring to a new path network?
Yeah, so part of where the housing estate was, a lot of the linking paths had been started and then works seem to have been abandoned. So there's a disconnect in some of the path networks.
Okay. The route, the assessment was carried out and along an identified route, so that's the route that's assessed as safe for the purpose of this. If there are any other routes or considerations that you feel we need to bring to our officers' attention, then we will of course do that, and these routes will always, like every other safe route to school, be subject to ongoing review and considerations to make sure that they stay up to date in essence.
I appreciate that. I would defer to the local member for that specific issue. And then just finally from me, my last point is I appreciate where possible, it is ideal that children would be able to use bus routes, existing bus routes, chronically across the area. We don't have great bus routes, and it's good that you've noted that in Slomanan there are ones available. Again, though, from local knowledge and feedback from constituents, do you have any data on the reliability of those bus services servicing Slomanan? Because I find that it is a fairly regular occurrence that planned buses in and out of Slomanan either are incredibly late or don't turn up at all, which is obviously not the great way for young people to be starting their school day.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. No, I don't have any data on that. What I do know is there are, on that particular route you refer, there are 5 services between 7:43 and 8:43, which would get the young people to within half a mile walking distance to school.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Provost.
Councillor Patterson. We'll now go to Councillor Binney, then Councillor Spears, then Councillor Aitken. Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. My question's around the budget survey actually we've got in the papers. I'm sure we'll all agree and listen and include everybody in our communities, especially their views. However, I did note that some of the key messages regarding the budget survey is not in a positive majority. So I've got 2 or 3 questions coming up now. Do you feel that 1,072 responses and 664 youth survey responses sufficient, considering the number of households in the Falkirk Council area? That is my first question. Thank you.
Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Binney. I think 1,072 plus the youth survey, it's not a bad sample that we have, but we would always want to have more, and we'd always want to try and encourage more people to get involved with us. We did try and expand our approach this year, so not only did we have some in-person sessions, online sessions, but we had RCLD workers working directly with community groups as well as the survey going out, and we did introduce the youth survey. I think it's an area where we need to constantly try to develop, but we are looking at, when referenced in the report, the potential to have a focus group to see what other approaches we might be able to take to improve things for going forward for the 27-28 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. I really appreciate that. You can appreciate that it's important that we include our communities when we're making big changes to the council tax, because obviously that affects their household income, and we've got a cost of living issue at the moment. The other thing I did notice, though, actually in the report, that which was really good, actually, it was really quite positive. There was a good level of awareness about the council tax reduction and the protection that it offers some households from the council tax increase. So we can do that. We can put the communication out there. But I certainly would like to see some improvements in the future regarding our communication with the public when it comes to big changes like an increase in council tax. So do we have anything at the moment regarding these improvements with communication ongoing, or is it just ongoing from year to year? Thank you.
Mrs. Algie.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, it's an area which is under constant consideration to make sure that we can communicate as best that we can in these areas, both in terms of informing residents and also, excuse me, the work that we do to try and encourage residents to come forward to get advice on the types of support that they can get for things like council tax reduction. I know that Paul Ferguson is on the call today, and I wonder if he wanted to come in just a little bit about what they are doing, or I see Kenny's there to maybe pick that one up as well. So maybe Mr. Gillespie, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Gillespie first.
Thank you, Provost. A lot of what I'm going to say just ties back into what Ms. Algie had said there. I think it's about continuous improvement. We've learnt a lot since we did start engaging with our communities as well. We've also targeted specific groups, what we call where smaller groups, hard to reach groups, and we've also previously, because they were hard to reach as such, it's not because they were hard to reach, it's because we were not trying hard enough, and we've used different methods to do that, and we'll continue to do that. We've also got our new charter as well, new community engagement charter that we're doing to improve that, and that's across all different divides in what we do. I think, again, just to give comfort to council, is that we are engaging more and more. We have our online process as well, that we capture all the information, and that helps us inform our future decisions. So even when we get to a point where reports have come, we already have existing information that helps to shape our budgets, but we will continue to look at different ways to improve that engagement and try and get as many people involved as possible. And we've seen steady increases from year to year. Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Gillespie. Mr. Ferguson, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Provost. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Benny. I think just on the council tax reduction aspect, I think that we have done a lot of work the last few years to improve awareness of that and therefore the take-up of that. And I think we've got the highest rate of take-up in Scotland over the last 2 years, which is great. We've also introduced a new benefit calculator that's referenced in the budget report that allows all of the members of the public with themselves or with supported access to the libraries or hubs to check what they're entitled to get, and we encourage everyone to use that. And we will be promoting, just to reassure members, in the annual bills, we'll be making people aware of that calculator and how to get help, and we'll reinforce that message constantly throughout the year. So very pleased where we are, but we've got a lot more to do.
Mr. Ferguson, Councillor Ben.
No, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Bennett. We'll now go to Councillor Spears. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I would like to return to Safe Routes to School. I have a question and a request.
Okay.
The question is, when were these assessments made on the Safe Routes to School? And the request is, can we have the Santec and Police Scotland's reports so we can read through? We have particular difficulty in Grangemouth where zebra crossing's been taken off, poor pathways, access and egress through parks with no double yellow lines, kids are in the middle of the road when they leave. So there's quite a lot of work to be done, but the dates when the actual assessments were done are important. And the request to get these reports so we can walk the routes ourselves and assess if they're accurate. Thank you.
Councillor Spears, go ahead. Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Spears. The assessments of the routes for these discretionary services took place in November, December last year, and the Stantec report refers to the methodology that we used to assess those routes and not to any of the other school routes, but I'm quite happy to provide that for you if you would find that helpful. And equally, if there are any routes you are concerned of, then we can ask officers to update the assessment for that as well.
Okay, thank you. I thought I might get a comment for our roads department regarding inquiries going back 20 years to try and get double yellow lines at the access and egresses to parks, especially Zetland Park.
Is that you finish your questions, Councillor Spears?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Aiken?
Hiya. Just to clarify Councillor Patterson's question earlier on, the new housing estate Wood End for Buttercup Drive, there is no path on that side of the road. There is no safe crossing to access the safe walking route. I suppose this is maybe more a roads question, but the work was started there in July last year. It abruptly stopped and there's been no work on it since. I suppose we just want to know, is this going to be complete and safe crossing come August?
Sir Benny?
Thank you, Provost. I'm going to ask Gary McGregor if he can come in on that, but obviously that wasn't a question we might have been expecting today, so it may not be possible for him to provide that info.
We'll go to Mr. McGregor, see if he can provide something today. If not, provide an update later on. Mr. McGregor.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Through yourself, we have obviously been inspecting the new development at Hall Glen as part of our road construction consent. However, I'm aware that it's our housing team that's actually carrying out the works, and they might be better suited to answering the question on when the crossing is likely to be implemented over myself.
We'll go to Mr. Gillespie.
Thanks, Provost. Thank you very much for the question, Councillor. I don't have specific details now, but before this meeting finishes, I'll try and get something back to you through the comments and through governance. But yes, the site is complete as such, where we have people within the houses, but there is still work that's outgoing that I'll come back to you in regards to crossing, but it will be part of the development completion plan, Provost.
Thanks very much. I'll now go to Mr McNeill.
Provost. Thank you, Councillor Aiken. Our officers have and are aware of that specific location after I checked following Councillor Patterson's inquiry. They do confirm, as you're saying, that the safe walking route is assessed from the other side of the road. What we will do is, I'm proposing that I will continue to liaise with my colleagues in Housing and Roads to further consider your observations and take these forward in line with the proposal. Thank you for drawing it to our attention. At the time the routes were assessed, the path in question was still under construction.
It still is just now. I do have another kind of follow-up question regarding the crossing point before the roundabout. It was on page 43 of the report you sent out earlier to us. It's just before the roundabout. Now, the paths on either side, it is a reduced curb, but there's nothing at all within that area to say that this is a crossing area. And in light that children are going to potentially be using this, would there be any plans to put in some like a proper crossing or signage to say that it's a school crossing area? I suppose that would be really relevant to quite a lot of other places as well on all the routes.
Thank you, Councillor. At the point of assessment, the routes were deemed safe and those factors were considered, the various elements of the assessment. However, if there's a particular issue, as you've stated, then we'll be quite happy to revisit that and consider if any further mitigations could be made in consultation with our colleagues in roads. But the routes have been assessed as safe and officers have walked these routes both to and from school along with the pupils when undertaking their assessment, often in the rain. But yeah, quite happy to take on board any concerns from elected members about any of these routes and respond to them in due course.
Right, thank you. Now, I do have a couple of questions on the clean and green, if that's okay. I'd just like to know, when do we kind of foresee these teams getting set up and we could actually see them out in the streets?
Thanks for the question. If Council agrees it today, then I would be looking for Douglas and his team to begin the process of recruitment. I would have thought that would take, 3 to 5 months for us to build those teams. And I'd like to think that 6 months into the financial year, we could start seeing the squads out and about. But I don't know if Douglas wants to add anything to that.
No, I think that's a fair assumption, Malcolm. Like you say, if it's approved by Council today, then I'd be looking at a period of 3 to 5 months to have the first employees in post.
And my second question on the clean and green even, there's a lot of voluntary groups in Falkirk districts. Would there be scope for these teams to actually come out and support the voluntary groups? A lot of the groups can only go out at the weekends or in evenings. Just wonder if that's something that's been thought about.
Go to Mr. Garner. No, sorry, Douglas Garner.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Absolutely, Councillor. That's one of the kind of the differences, if you like, that this team is going to make in comparison to the existing service. So very much working with community groups, very much working with the local volunteers to improve the local environment. So the answer to the question is yes, we're looking to do that sort of thing.
Thanks. I'll be looking forward to that. You'll be hearing from me when I starts up. I do have one last question that's just came to me. While we were talking about the discretionary bus services, a lot of the parents, particularly in Hall Glen, have expressed an interest in paying for it. Is this something that you have looked at? What would be the implications of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aiken. We did discuss with the providers whether they would be willing to continue providing the service with young people using their NEC cards, and we didn't get a positive response about that. The cost of the service when you divide it between the number of young people is prohibitive.
Would you happen to have that cost?
I do have that cost, and I can provide it to you out with this meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring Mr. Gillespie back in because I believe he's got the answer to the question that was asked.
Well, thank you, Provost. Just to give a bit more information about the crossing, we're actually waiting on utility companies at the present time. There is an electrical junction box here that's stopping us completing the work. We have contacted them numerous times. However, I'm happy to take an action away where I'll write to them and ask for that to progress that, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Gillespie, for that prompt response. I think there's been an awful lot of good questions asked today, and it's provoked a lot of discussion. And before we move to the motions and amendments, we'll have a 10-minute comfort break. Well, welcome back, everyone. We'll now move to motions and amendments, and I'll go to Councillor Meeker John to move the administration's motion.
Thank you, Provost. I'll just start and just give my thanks to the finance team and Amanda in particular for all the work that they've done in pulling together the budget. I know that with so many variables in play, it's been really difficult, but also to the senior management team and all the officers behind that have been working very hard to bring as much information as possible to members and pulling our budget together. I present today Falkirk Council's revenue budget for 26-27 at a time when the pressures on public services remain significant. The cost of delivering essential services continues to rise and the demand is increasing, particularly in areas such as family support, health and social care in particular. Despite these challenges, we have worked diligently to deliver a balanced and responsible financial plan. The national fiscal environment remains tight, with both UK and Scottish governments continuing to face their own constraints, and as a result, the funding available to local authorities has not kept pace with inflation nor demand. However, Falkirk this year has benefited from one of the highest core grant increases in Scotland, the third highest, and from greater flexibility through reduced ring fencing and council tax autonomy. This has placed us in a comparatively stronger position than in previous years. The administration has followed the financial strategy agreed last autumn by planning on the basis of a 7% council tax assumption. We created, albeit a little, headroom that now enables us to present a budget with a small surplus. This surplus allows us to invest carefully in key priorities, supporting the most vulnerable in our communities and improving the local environment and sustaining important concessions and community services. It will enable investment targeted at our most vulnerable groups, investment that will improve the appearance of our communities in response to what people have told us is important, the retention of service concessions, which then can be released for investment and balance our position for our IHIB. We've identified 11 million in savings, the majority of which are related to operational efficiencies. Only a small number of savings require decisions from Council today. However, it's important to be clear that savings required in future years remain considerable. Therefore, the collaborative work with our neighbouring councils and public sector partners across the Forth Valley will be critical in determining the reforms necessary for long-term sustainability. For years, the council relied heavily on one-off solutions to balance its budget, leaving little capacity for investment. The administration is committed to avoiding this approach. We aim for a balanced and a proportionate model that spreads responsibilities across savings, investment and council tax decisions. Inevitably, some areas, such as discretionary bus services, we must regularise arrangements in line with national policy and fiscal reality. While there was a significant increase in council tax last year, which brought us closer to the Scottish average, we are still suffering from the impact of the last 10 years of having a significantly lower than average council tax, which has hampered our ability to invest both in services and in capital. Therefore, recognising we must continue to address that deficit while keeping the increase in council tax as reasonable as possible, the administration is proposing a 6.67% increase in council tax for revenue and 2.5% for capital, bringing the overall increase to 9.17% based on Band D. That would equate to around £2.75 additional per week. That will support the delivery of an additional 1.72 million contribution to the Integrated Joint Board, enabling to set a balanced budget and funding regrading for care staff. It also supports our commitments to tackling gender-based violence, to strengthening work on child and family poverty, and expanding our family support capacity with weekend coverage. Investments in our community is the creation of the Green and Clean team to address fly tipping and environmental maintenance. In recognition that this is a new team that will need to be set up and it will take time to recruit, directors advised that it will take a bit of time before the full funding is utilised. Therefore, reducing this to 800,000 for the first year will not have a detrimental impact, acknowledging that there's revenue funding being used for one-off spends elsewhere, which we reallocated to year 2 to support the development of the service going forward. Also, a dedicated resource to take forward support for our learning estate review to ensure that we have the school estate as fit for purpose for future.
There has been a desire by the Grangemouth community to see some kind of action around the La Scala building, which has fallen into disrepair with little actions from building owners. It's a prime site to act as a catalyst for town centre regeneration. Therefore, while supporting the feasibility study, the cost does not sit well in revenue, as it is a one-off modest amount. Funding allocation would be taken from reserves. The administration is committed to the investment in Grangemouth Sports Complex and the Mariner Centre to ensure it delivers a quality experience in the coming years with the new leisure hub is being developed. Therefore, in addition to the investment to the roof maintenance and pool wall, officers will also be asked to develop proposals to address issues highlighted in the recent report, the recent sport and leisure consultation, including the refurbishment of the changing village, toilets, sauna, steam room, and to include flooring, decoration, tiling, seating and pool play features in the Mariner Centre. Some of these elements will be funded from ongoing maintenance budgets. However, more significant elements will require capital investment, and following the agreement around the real living wage, we would propose to use 100,000 from revenue to support the borrowing of 1 million for this work. The addition 2.5% council tax for capital could support £25 million worth of investments in a number of areas which are detailed in the paper, which include the additional cost of the extension for Carn Grange, additional funding for roads, street lighting, which has been flagged as important by our communities and will enable them to see something tangible. It was agreed last year to ring-fence service concessions, which could only be released once the council demonstrated financial balance without the use of the service concessions. Having met that for this year, we would propose to allocate service concessions reserve as detailed in the report by creating a contingency capital which would support the delivery of our large capital projects, for example, the Grangemouth Town Hall, the replacement Town Hall project and the Grangemouth Stadium, where we would allocate the 1 million to be used with the discretion of the director. We'd also move that the 2 million for the Town Hall Modernisation Fund be shared across Bowness, Grangemouth and Adobe Hall and be moved ready to spend. In line with the Policy Development Panel hub and spoke model in relation to leisure services, which was agreed by the executive and endorsed by council, we are committed to delivering on 3 spokes, Bowness, Denny and the Braes. By detailing the progress and the integrity of commitment that we have made to those communities and the wider population at the time when we really need to build trust. That's why we have shown explicitly in principal allocation to the Braes as a sports wing, and this will be subject to the feasibility work where we've allocated 100,000 for that work to be carried out. In moving our motion, we agree to the IGIP payment as per the papers, note the support the application of the COVID reserves, agree the reserves policy to amend the time off for trade union duties, increasing the facility time as trade unions will be critical partners in transforming the collaboration work, and agree to no changes to public holidays. Note the financial strategy we updated and presented to members in autumn 26 and agree to the change of the meeting schedule from the 2nd of April to the 26th of March. In conclusion, Provost, this is a budget built on fairness, responsibility and commitment to people of Falkirk. It protects key services, invests in communities and looks ahead with confidence. We have worked hard to put the council on a more secure footing, and today's decisions will help ensure we continue to meet the needs of our area, not just for this year, but for the longer term. I would finally just like to thank colleagues across the Chamber for their engagement in the budget process. And while we have 4 different versions before us today, all of which are similar, I hope that through constructive discussions which can take place this afternoon and compromises be able to be made will help to reach consensus. As the administration have already shared some potential compromises, and I hope that will be reviewed positively. I move the motion. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Garner, are you second?
Thank you, Provost. This budget is responsible, fair and forward-looking. It protects essential services, invests in our communities and places Falkirk Council on a more sustainable financial path. Happy to second the council leader and thank her and officers for all the hard work that has been put in.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. I'll now go to Councillor Hannah to move her amendment.
Thank you, Provost. I think I would echo what Councillor Meikle-John has said about the similarities between the different budgets, and I hope that we can come to a sensible approach that is going to be in the interests of the people of the Falkirk Council area. But the budget that we have proposed is detailed in our amendment, and first of all, I want to say thank you for all the hard work of officers in terms of both producing the report and helping us to come forward with our proposal and answering some of my sometimes very silly questions. So I really do appreciate that. And I also want to wish Danny a happy retirement. Moving on to the proposed amendment by the Labour group, as no one will be surprised that as a Braes councillor, I am totally in agreement with not taking the savings proposed for the discretionary bus services. I simply would say that I have been asking about safety on some of the roads that are referred to as safe walking routes for the last 4 years, and not getting anywhere with those requests for action. We are also not willing to accept the savings proposed in terms of reducing the grass cutting in the Zetland and Callender parks, nor the proposed saving by stopping grass cutting on private estates. And we also do not want to accept an increase in the brown bin charges. I should say at this point, I have not included in our amendment any of the issues on which we don't have any dispute about. It did not seem necessary to add in those things where we are accepting officers' recommendations. So it just for the sake of clarity, the things not covered in the motion are because of accepting those proposals. The Labour group is very much committed to additional investment, as has been shown the last 2 years, where we have put forward proposals for a 1.5% and council tax increase to cover investment. And I think over the past year we have had a number of reports, notwithstanding Councillor Redmond's concern about the Blair's Bridge, sorry. There has been evidence in a number of reports about the advantages that have been in our road system, in gully cleaning, in a whole lot of other things where the use of that investment has been very effective. So we are very much committed to further investment and through doing that through the council tax. We have detailed those areas that we are in agreement about: the additional allocation to the IJB, additional monies for gender-based violence, child poverty and family support officers, the La Scala feasibility study, and the support for the learning estate. We are in favour of all of that, and we're supportive of the Clean and Green team. It's a really difficult thing to say that, but we also accepting, as Councillor Meikle-John has done, that there may be some slippage in terms of the full implementing the full team. We would like to use some of the monies that was allocated to that for the Braes Sports Facility feasibility study. On that, contrary to some of the things that have been said here today, I would confirm that Falkirk Labour Group is totally committed to the sport and leisure strategy, and in fact we have voted for it when it came up. So I'm astonished at some of the things that have been said. And if anyone, for anyone who has read our motion, they will see the Labour Group is fully committed. It's in the amendment. The Labour Group is fully committed to the future delivery of the Denny Gym, but reluctant to add an additional council tax burden on hard-pressed local residents at this time. So we made very clear our commitment to the Denny Gym and to taking that forward within our motion. We also made clear our commitment to the future delivery of a sport and leisure provision in the Braes area, and that's covered in some detail in our motion. So I cannot accept that the suggestion that somehow we are not committed to the sport and leisure strategy. We are very, very clearly committed to that, and on record as being so committed. Much has been said about the overall settlement and the generosity of the settlement, but I think, as has been made clear today, the increase in the settlement has merely recognised demographic changes over the past 10 years. So although it is welcome that there's an increase in the settlement, I would still say that I would agree with the COSLA position, which is that overall the settlement has been a very poor settlement. So although this budget is certainly more positive than we would have hoped or dreamt of a year ago, we're still not out of the woods. In terms of the council tax increase, we are proposing a slightly larger council tax increase, a 0.19% larger council tax increase than the administration. Clearly, no one likes raising council tax, but public services do have to be paid for, and where there's a lack of funding coming from governments, it is important that we find the ways that we can to raise our own funds. So overall, I would propose this amendment. I would again reiterate Councillor Meikle-John's hopes that over the course of the afternoon we can come to some agreement on some of the issues where there are minor differences at the moment in our different proposals. And on that basis, I propose the Labour Group amendment.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. Seconder, Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. Councillor Hannah has mentioned some of our key points from the Labour budget, and as has been said, the majority of budgets that are on the table today are very similar in nature, so I just want to very briefly highlight some of the key differences in ours. And a surprise to no one, Falkirk Labour do not think that it is appropriate to remove or reduce school buses for school pupils in Shield Hill, Hall Glen, Madison or Slamannan. As the only member here representing the Upper Braes, I can assure you that it is Braes by name and Braes by nature. I know these routes are not comparable with other areas across the district, not least because of the geography, but because of the path networks, the driver speeds, the lack of safe crossing or lighting. We need to protect these routes for the safety and the well-being of our young people. Our budget also has the largest increase in the clean and green team. I think it's fun to say. Our town is blighted by fly tipping and the residents deserve better, and if we are serious about our climate targets, then we should rightly be investing in this service. It is incredibly disappointing to me that not every group has backed the investment in the supporting the end to gender-based violence. It was only 2 weeks ago in this room that members had an update on this very matter, and I think that we should all be in agreement that investment in this area is vital. And finally, on the parks grass cutting, both Zetland and Calendar Park are amazing draws to this area, and we are incredibly lucky to have them. Zetland Park specifically, we are sitting alongside. It is multi-award winning for its planning, its celebrations and its beauty, and that is largely down to the community efforts of the Glitter team, the Rose Garden team and the Friends of the Zetland Park. I think what the Grangemouth community has put into that park should be recognised by Falkirk Council, and we should be giving every support to the community in their efforts to keep it such a beautiful place. Given how aligned many of the proposals are here today, I hope that members will be able to support our priorities. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. We'll now go to Bailey Kerr to move the Conservative amendment.
Thanks, Provost. I'll be as brief as possible, Provost. When considering the budget for this year, there were tough decisions to be made, and we took the tough decisions so our council tax would be lower, and we have got the lowest council tax proposal in the 4 proposals. And as been stated by many colleagues, there isn't many differences in the 4 budgets, and we are open to any discussion that the outcome is the best for Falkirk. The different aspects that's been highlighted with regards to the extra spending, we didn't think it was pertinent this year that we were in a better position that we spend for the sake of spending to make the council tax a lower council tax for the people of Falkirk. After last year's council tax rise, the biggest in Scotland, so we took the view that we would try and get as low a council tax as possible. And as already been stated, Provost, the proposals for the capital plan budget, we were quite happy to take the 2.5%, because we feel that it is vital to have a vision, it's vital to have the money there for these projects going forward. And that is the Conservative budget. Provost.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. Your seconder? Councillor Bundy.
Happy to second, Provost. As Bailey Kerr was saying in his remarks, our motivation was to keep the council tax as low as possible and increase, recognising that people are still feeling their pockets tight, and we just wanted to reduce any impact that they had with decisions that we make today. And when you look at our acceptance of the recommendations for revenue, we have accepted stuff which is non-recurring, but we have said no to the stuff that's a recurring cost, and that was a deliberate choice that we made when the financial situation is slightly better. We felt that it would be more prudent not to add recurring costs because that's going to be felt in future years as well. So that was our motivation in that, but we've also accepted the 2.5% for capital, knowing that we do have ambitions as a council to invest in our properties, in the facilities that we can provide, and that 2.5% gives officers the opportunity and the resources to deliver that, and we want to support those efforts.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. I will now move to Councillor Murtagh to move her amendment.
Thanks, Provost. And I think I echo much of what's already been said, and it feels a bit like a more in common budget. And I don't intend to outline the positives that have already been outlined by particularly Councillor Smeakel-John and Hannah in terms of the investment in the budget. In particular, though, I do think that it is imperative that we give a much clearer answer to that question, which we are so often asked by the public and indeed on social media, that our tax goes up, but what do we get from it? And this investment proposed not only focuses on our communities across the district, but it also goes to the heart of our priorities as a council, and tackling child poverty, funding quality healthcare, health and social care, and investing in a cleaner, greener environment. And those frustrations are very often expressed by constituents. And while I move this budget as it has been published, I also agree that I think there is definitely room for further discussion and compromise between each budget, and I'm happy to play a full part in finding a way forward on that, and indeed have also provided some potential compromises. I'm pleased to see that the administration have amended their original published budget to fund some modest use of non-recurring funding from reserves in reflection that this isn't appropriate and consistent with policy. In addition, within the budget I'm moving, I've also taken some non-recurring expenditure for the revenue costs, transport, etc., associated with Maddiston Primary School from reserves, which you can see then is adjusted in the amounts for the next 2 years forecast within the budget report. And following on from Amanda's answer earlier, I believe this is also well within reserve policy, and it is meeting an essential unplanned non-recurring cost that has come about through an emergency situation, and that's largely what we have reserves for. So taking that approach has allowed some reduction in council tax figure proposed within this budget, which would have been difficult to achieve without it, and I believe that's a prudent and responsible balance overall. So while this budget settlement it is better than expected, and that is absolutely to be welcomed, we remain in challenging and indeed changing financial times and global times. We must continue to take a responsible and sustainable approach to budget setting, critically ensuring we do not plug or indeed widen the budget gap, as has too often been the case in previous years. Last year was extremely tough, and we made some truly difficult decisions during budget setting in particular. It has, however, had a marked effect on getting us to a more sustainable financial position, as well as critically saving vital services that were hugely valued by our communities. I want to thank Paul Ferguson at this point and the efforts of the team on council tax reduction, because I know that there were many inquiries that came in, and I think the team went above and beyond in identifying ways to help those who were getting in touch with their concerns and were able to up our figure even and more. So I'm really grateful to them for doing that. I'd also note that it's due to the hard work of our officers and their diligent and realistic planning when they're preparing these financial forecasts that the better than expected settlement from government gives us some room for manoeuvre when trying to find the most cost effective and fair ways to balance this budget. And as others have done, I want to thank the officers for their hard work throughout the year, but in particular Amanda, Colin, Ryan and all their teams in going above and beyond once more in the run up to budget. Obviously, there are savings within this which I have taken, and some of those were very difficult. Things like, in principle, I'm not actually opposed to the situation with private estates grass cutting, but I think that because there is consistencies across the district and there has to be fairness, but I'm not convinced that it could be done in a way that would be either fair to all communities or indeed consistent with what we're trying to do with our clean and green team. So that is my reason for not taking it. But I think there's more that can be done to see whether we could do more in that area. Similarly, I have included an amount where I have reduced the childcare fees from the proposed 4.5%. It had been 5% in original proposals, and then reduced to 4.5% by officers. But in view that when you have multiple children in childcare settings, that can be a compound increase, I have reduced it to modestly to 2.5%, and that's within this budget. The discretionary bus travel is one that I really struggled with, and fairness and equity for all pupils across the district is important, and the improved impact assessment gives some confidence in being able to deliver this saving, which is why I have included it in my budget. Having said that, I've listened carefully to what local members have said and understand the passion and reason in which they approach this. Policy, fairness and consistency wise, I agree with the position in the report borne out by Councillor Sinclair's questions earlier, but I do wonder again if there is further compromise that can be had to find a way that is less impactful for local families. On the Denny Gym, it was a difficult consideration on whether to commit funding this year, but on balance, the limits about what can be asked in one financial year and concern about delivery of programmes, it felt better to emphasise the Council's commitment and ask officers to bring further proposals forward. But I can see that every single party has a commitment to this project. So again, perhaps that is an area for discussion. I would hope so also that common ground could be found on the final part of my motion, and I spoke a little bit about that earlier in my questioning, in addressing the equality situation, as it was such a feature of last year's budget. But since it is uniquely mentioned in my budget, I just want to focus some final remarks on this. I'd agree with the Chief Executive and with others that there has been a real progress, not just in how we are dealing with this at a strategic level and in the centre. But I can genuinely see real progress across departments in their willingness and their engagement when they're bringing forward proposals. And I want to put that on record because I think it's very important. I want to mention, obviously, I have been involved in this work across the year. I particularly want to mention the work of Farah Farzana, who has led on many of the nuts and bolts issues here and doing a lot of, I don't want to say the donkey work, but very much putting in the hard hours, and her work should be recognised in that. What I want to finish with is how important equalities are in general, and I know that they're not in vogue in a lot of places, and they come in for a lot of stick and attack on the kind of woke agenda, which I think is very unfair. And I want to emphasise how it is the equalities work, the work that is done on assessing impact about what really it means to make savings, what really it means to make proposals, which helps the most vulnerable in our communities, which helps the poorest in our communities. They are not just equalities assessments as we have here. They are equality and poverty impact assessment. And we have our Fairer Scotland duty, which is also a part of how we make decision making. And I think because the landscape that we're painted, we're put in overall, and what some would like to paint as equalities being something that wastes money, it doesn't. It actually saves the most vulnerable from the harshest of cuts, and it's a leveler, and it's absolutely appalling to see those who are most affected directly by those sorts of cuts being rallied to try to oppose equalities issues. And as Equalities Champion, I want to make that really, really clear. The Equality Act is not perfect, but it is a good piece of legislation, and it has helped the people in Falkirk, the most vulnerable in Falkirk, the children in Falkirk, the disabled in Falkirk, the elderly and those living in poverty through a Fairer Scotland duty to have better decisions and less impact on them. And I hope that everybody in this chamber defends that to the absolute hilt. But once again, thank you to officers for their hard work in equalities over the year. And I move the budget.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Do you have a seconder, Councillor McCabe?
Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to second the amendment submitted by Councillor Murtagh. And I just want to recognise the personal endeavours of Councillor Murtagh during her budget discussions with myself and other independent councillors, but also her desire to seek consensus as much as possible with other council colleagues. As already acknowledged by the council leader and Councillor Hannah, there's been considerable collaboration in arriving at the 4 budget versions before us now. I am hoping that during the up-and-coming deliberations that we can arrive at an agreed budget which all feel they have protected their own interests and ambitions, but more importantly, have done the best for our constituents. Happy to second, Provost. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. So we're now going to break for lunch, which will be, come back here, it'll be till 1:20. But I just want to ask the group leaders and Councillor Murtagh how long they think they'll need for discussions on each individual budget. Or is that how long's a piece of string, really?
It could be how long is a piece of string in relation to that, but I note that it's 12:35 just now. If we could say that we could come back at 1:30, maybe half hour, 20 minutes for lunch, and then maybe half hour for group leaders, and then a final catch up for 10 minutes might actually get us somewhere. That's a suggestion, but I'm looking at my colleagues across the other side to see what their thoughts are.
Councillor Hannah?
I wouldn't disagree with that. I think that's quite reasonable. We could maybe have a chat over lunch and speed things up.
Milica?
Happy with that, Provost.
Councillor Murtagh?
I'm happy with that, and the answer to how long a piece of string is, it's twice as long from the middle to the end.
Equidistant for the centre. So what was it? So that was 20 minutes for lunch?
Something to be 20 minutes for lunch, and then maybe another 20 minutes for discussions, and then a final 10-minute before we maybe come back in to see if we've actually managed to reach some kind of compromise at that.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I think there's been a good opportunity to have some discussions around the motion and amendment. So I'll go to Councillor Meikle-John to see how we got on.
Thank you, Provost. And I just want to say thanks to colleagues across the council for some very constructive discussions and allowing things to move on. And while we haven't got a full consensus, I do think we have a majority agreement around an amended administration motion. And with your indulgence, I'll detail the changes, Provost, and going through. Key changes are in item 3 of the administration motion. It was to agree the investment proposals and fee increases in the administration budget set out in paragraphs 4.116 to 4.118 of the paper, which now excludes all but three savings. It now excludes all 3 savings. And these are the discretionary bus routes, the grass cutting in private estates, and the grass cutting in Zetland and Callender Park. And in addition to that, we would exclude any increase in the brown bin charges. The other changes within the motion would be in relation to the green and clean and the La Scala feasibility study. The additional unplanned revenue costs in relation to Madison Primary School for 2026-27 would come from reserves, and that is reflected in the budget model. And in item 4, in relation to the council tax, agree the additional 2.5 council tax for capital, allowing a full list of capital projects as set out in 4.38 to proceed, including the Denny Gym, and further agrees that the funds generated from the learning estate modernisation, 200,000, should be allocated for road safety measures in and around the schools. This is resulting in an overall council tax increase for 26-27 of 8.77%, and a band D would then be £1,715.09. The service concessions use, moving from in principle to committed funding for the Town Hall, Grangemouth Stadium and the Capital Contingency Fund, as in 4.46 of the report. In addition, agree the 2 million in principle for the Town Hall modernisation to be moved to fund Bowness, Grangemouth and the Doby Hall, and that should be allocated at the discretion of the Director of Police Services, but that should be moved to spend. And finally, to include from Councillor Murty's motion, the equality statement. Note that significant progress made following the concern noted in the 25-26 agreed budget motion in relation to matters around equalities, most notably the previous lack of information with the revenue budget report on the impact of the proposed service cuts, including a lack of consultation and confident demonstration of the compliance with the general and public sector equality duties. Commends Office for their work in regard to this and continue the programme of planned improvement, recognising the difficult position outlined in the budget report, and further instructs officers to continue apace with this work in conjunction with all relevant members of the Council, including Equality and Human Rights Champion. I would therefore move the adjusted motion and hope that we have a majority agreement, and that allows the Council to move forward. I do, however, appreciate that other groups will have a slight difference of opinion, and it's right as politicians we're able to do that. But thank you, Provost.
Very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Now, Councillor Gardner is your seconder to see if he agrees the changes.
With the changes.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. And now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Very pleased we've been able to agree a combined approach on this one, and happy therefore to withdraw our amendment, since the main issues that we were trying to cover are covered now in the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. I'll go to Councillor Murtagh before I come to Councillor Bundy. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. I'm also content to withdraw my motion with consent of my seconder. I want to thank others around the chamber for their cooperation in the spirit in which we've managed to come to an agreement. I think it's been really important, and also for adopting the equalities at the end. I just was remiss of me not to mention as we were mentioning, staff, that Sally Buchanan will be leaving us shortly as the council, and the amazing work that she has done throughout the years on Fairer Falkirk deserves our thanks and recognition. So I just want to put that on record also. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Councillor McCabe is the seconder. Do you agree?
Happy to agree, I promise. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bundy?
Thank you, Provost. I would like to thank everyone for the constructive talks that we had, and as the councillor leader noted in her remarks, it doesn't mean that we will always come to an agreement, but the spirit of the talks, I think, have been positive. We, as I made in my remarks earlier, one of our main concerns when designing our budget was not increasing recurring spending in the revenue other than the IGB, and the agreement that has been made just didn't go far enough in that for us to accept the budget that has been agreed amongst the other groups, hence why we are sticking with our amendment, bar the small change of the discretionary bus routes, listening to the conversations that have been taking place during the meeting, and we would remove that from the savings in our budget, which would slightly increase the council tax offering to 8.06% in the Conservative budget.
Thanks, Councillor Bundy. Your seconder agree?
I'm happy to second that, Provost.
Thank you. Back to the Labour group, because I didn't ask the Councillor Hannah's seconder if she agrees.
I agree.
Thank you. Now, at this point, we could go to a debate if you want a debate, or we could go straight to the vote. What's the feeling? Vote. Okay, let's go to the vote. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And just to clarify the position we're in, there is now an adjusted motion as Councillor Meikle-John has set out. So that's moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Garner. And as Councillor Bundy has set out, the Conservative amendment has been adjusted as described. So the vote is between motion and amendment. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Aitken.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Bailey Buchanan.
Motion.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Bailey Kerr has had to leave the meeting. Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Patterson.
Motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Abstain.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
And Councillor Spears.
Motion.
Provost, there are 23 votes for the motion. There are 3 votes for the amendment. There is 1 abstention. The motion is carried.
Thanks, Mr. Moody. I would just close the meeting, but just saying that was quite remarkable in many ways that we've managed to have a spirit of collaboration across the chamber, and hopefully that can continue. So it was very good that everybody had the debates and moved their positions a little bit. So thanks everybody for their input, and thanks to all the officers who worked hard behind the scenes to produce all the budgets for the different groups. So I'll now close the meeting and thank you for your attendance. The next meeting is the 26th of March. Thank you.
Thank you very much.